Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever considered the immense power that lies within the simple act of staying silent? In a world filled with constant noise and chatter, the idea of embracing silence might seem both daunting and intriguing. Yet, it is often in these quiet moments that we discover profound truths about ourselves and the world around us. Words have immense power. They shape our reality, influence our emotions, and impact those around us in profound ways. As the ancient teachings suggest, our words can be likened to the sharpest knife in the world, capable of cutting deep into the hearts and minds of others. This dual-edged nature of speech means that while our words can be a source of great strength, they can also be a significant weakness if not used wisely. Imagine a situation where a person receives an encouraging word from a friend or mentor at a crucial moment. This simple, kind gesture can boost their confidence, inspire them to overcome challenges, and lead to their success. On the contrary, consider a scenario where someone is subjected to harsh criticism or negative remarks. These words can leave lasting scars, causing emotional pain and diminishing their self-worth. In daily life, we often encounter moments where the choice of words can make a difference. For instance, a teacher's encouraging feedback can motivate a student to excel, while a parent's gentle words can soothe a child's fears. However, when words are used carelessly or unkindly, they can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and strained relationships. The balance between speaking and silence is crucial. Knowing when to speak and when to hold back can be a powerful skill. Speaking kindly and wisely at the right moments can open doors to opportunities, build trust, and foster positive connections. Conversely, unkind or untimely words can create obstacles and lead to difficulties in our personal and professional lives. This delicate balance is at the heart of the story we're about to explore, a tale that underscores the transformative power of silence. Through the journey of a troubled king and a wise Buddhist monk, we will delve into the profound impact that silence and mindful speech can have on our lives. By understanding and embracing these principles, we can learn to harness the power of our words and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The King and the Buddhist Monk Story, Part 1. Our story begins in ancient India, in a serene forest far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. In this tranquil setting lived a renowned Buddhist monk, known throughout the land for his wisdom and meditative prowess. His peaceful demeanor and profound insights attracted many seekers of truth, including kings and commoners alike. One day, a king, despite his immense wealth, fame, and luxurious lifestyle, found himself in a state of deep restlessness and dissatisfaction. No matter how many treasures he accumulated or how much he indulged in the pleasures of his royal life, inner peace eluded him. Desperate to find a solution, the king decided to visit the famous monk, hoping to discover the secret to tranquility. Upon meeting the monk, the king poured out his troubles, confessing that he felt constantly tired, frustrated, and upset. "Respected monk," the king pleaded, "I have everything one could desire, yet there is no peace within me. My mind is perpetually restless. Please help me to rid myself of this turmoil." The monk, listening intently, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, the answer you seek is already within you, but you have not yet discovered it. I propose an experiment. If you are willing, I believe it will bring you the peace you desire." Intrigued but skeptical, the king agreed to follow the monk's guidance. The monk's plan was simple, yet challenging. For the next 15 days, the king would stay in the monastery, living as a common monk. During this period, he was to remain silent and speak as little as possible, focusing on solitude and self-reflection. The king, though anxious about the prospect of such a drastic change, consented to the monk's plan, hoping that this experiment would finally bring him the inner calm he desperately needed. Part 2. The king's experience. On the first day of his stay at the monastery, the king found it incredibly difficult to adhere to the monk's instructions. His mind was more restless than ever, filled with an endless stream of questions and thoughts. Used to giving orders and engaging in constant conversation, he struggled with the enforced silence. Every passing hour seemed to amplify his unease, making the task of remaining quiet feel nearly impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to speak and vent his frustrations, the king resisted. He stayed in his assigned quarters, sitting quietly and observing the simple life of the monks around him. As night fell, a surprising sense of calm began to wash over him. He couldn't understand why, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of happiness. The following days brought new challenges but also new insights. As the king continued his silent vigil, he began to notice the beauty in his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. He watched the delicate dance of flowers swaying in the breeze, the intricate patterns of birds in flight, and the serene flow of the nearby river. These simple observations brought a sense of connection and peace that he had never experienced in his opulent palace. By the 10th day, the king's inner restlessness had significantly diminished. He found himself spending more time in silent contemplation, appreciating the tranquility of nature and the simplicity of monastic life. On the 12th day, something remarkable happened. As he sat in meditation, his eyes closed on their own, and he slipped into a deep, serene state. For the first time, his mind was free from worry and distraction, immersed in profound inner peace. During the final days of his stay, the king's experience deepened further. He spent hours in meditation, feeling a sense of joy and fulfillment that he had never known. The transformation was so profound that by the 15th day, he approached the monk with newfound clarity and gratitude. Part 3, Revelation and Transformation. With a calm and reflective demeanor, the king expressed his gratitude to the monk. "Respected monk," he began, "I have discovered the root of my troubles. I realized that my constant talking and negative thinking were the sources of my restlessness and failures. This excessive chatter and criticism drained my energy and clouded my mind, making it difficult for me to focus and succeed." The monk listened attentively, nodding in understanding. The king continued, "During these 15 days of silence, I experienced a transformation. I found that by speaking less and observing more, I could connect with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. I learned that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a powerful tool for achieving it." The king's realization was profound. He understood that his previous behavior, talking excessively and often negatively, had not only affected his mental state, but also his relationships and effectiveness as a ruler. The silence had allowed him to introspect and understand the value of measured, mindful speech. He shared with the monk how, in his moments of quiet reflection, he had gained insights into his own behavior and its impact on others. "I saw how my words could hurt or heal, and how my silence could bring clarity and peace. These 15 days have taught me more than years of royal counsel." Part 4, Monk's Teachings. The monk then shared his wisdom, reinforcing the king's newfound understanding. "Your experience is a testament to the power of silence," he said. "Silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a state of inner calm and awareness. When we are silent, we can hear the whispers of our own soul and connect with the deeper truths within us." He explained that silence is the first step to self-discovery. By quieting the constant chatter of the mind, we create space for introspection and inner growth. The monk recounted a story of Gautama Buddha, who often remained silent to dive deep within himself, discovering profound insights and wisdom. "Silence allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment," the monk continued. "It helps us become more patient and aware, leading to greater clarity and understanding. When we speak only when necessary, our words carry more weight and are more likely to be received with respect and consideration." The monk emphasized that excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. By embracing silence, we can reduce these negative interactions and foster a more harmonious environment. He encouraged the king to continue practicing silence and mindful speech, not just for personal peace, but also to set an example for his kingdom. The story's broader implications, the monk's teachings, extended beyond the king's personal transformation. He highlighted the broader implications of embracing silence in our daily lives. "Imagine a world where people spoke less and listened more," he said. "There would be fewer arguments, less restlessness, and more understanding." He pointed out that many of the world's problems stem from miscommunication and hasty words. By learning to be silent, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Silence can act as a buffer, giving us time to think before we speak and ensuring that our words are thoughtful and kind. The monk also discussed the role of meditation in fostering inner peace. "Meditation is a practice of silence," he explained. "It helps us connect with our inner selves and find calm amidst the chaos of daily life. By spending time in solitude and quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of tranquility that permeates all aspects of our lives." He encouraged the king and others to spend at least 20 minutes alone in solitude every day. This practice, he assured, would bring positive changes, helping individuals become more patient, aware, and connected with their inner selves. In conclusion, the story of the king and the monk underscores the transformative power of silence and mindful speech. Through his journey, the king discovered that true peace and happiness come from within, and that silence is a key to unlocking this inner tranquility. By speaking less and listening more, we can connect more deeply with ourselves and others, fostering a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The monk's teachings remind us that our words are powerful tools that can heal or harm. By embracing silence and practicing mindful speech, we can reduce conflicts, enhance our relationships, and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace. This story serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of finding balance between speech and silence in our lives, and the profound impact it can have on our overall well-being.
Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, "Are they right? How can I improve?" This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively, a true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset, seeing criticism not as an attack but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, "My worth isn't defined by this person's opinion." Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, the criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for nonviolent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasized that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully, reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them? This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective?" This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, "Keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances." Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind. By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective? Their guidance, grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead, she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel. This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity interpersonal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
10 harsh truths about life men learn too late. 1. The value of time. Time is the one resource we can never get back. Yet, it's often wasted on trivial pursuits or delayed goals. Many men realize too late that they should have prioritized their time more effectively. Time spent on unimportant tasks, procrastination, or being idle can't be reclaimed. This realization often hits hard when looking back and seeing missed opportunities and unfulfilled dreams. Consider the story of John, a corporate executive who spent his prime years climbing the corporate ladder, working long hours and sacrificing personal time. It wasn't until he reached retirement that he realized he had missed out on family gatherings, his children's milestones, and nurturing friendships. This common scenario underscores the need to prioritize time. To avoid this, men should learn to prioritize meaningful activities. This means focusing on what truly matters, be it family, career, or personal growth. Effective time management is crucial. Simple techniques like setting goals, creating schedules, and avoiding distractions can make a significant difference. Tools such as time blocking, prioritizing tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, and regularly reflecting on how time is spent can help in making the most of every moment. Remember, every minute counts. 2. Health is wealth. In youth, many men take their health for granted, indulging in unhealthy habits like poor diet, lack of exercise, and insufficient sleep. It's often only later in life, when health issues arise, that the true value of health becomes apparent. Poor health choices made early on can lead to chronic conditions and a decreased quality of life. Consider the case of Mark, who ignored his health while focusing on building his business. He ate poorly, slept little, and rarely exercised. By his 40s, he faced serious health issues like hypertension and diabetes, which could have been prevented with better habits. This example highlights the long-term impact of neglecting health. Maintaining physical health through regular exercise, a balanced diet, and adequate rest is essential. Simple steps, such as incorporating a daily exercise routine, choosing nutritious foods, and ensuring 7 to 8 hours of sleep, can make a significant difference. Equally important is mental health, which includes managing stress, seeking support when needed, and maintaining a positive outlook. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and connecting with others can bolster mental well-being. The investment in health pays off with increased longevity and a more active, fulfilling life. 3. Relationships over riches. In the pursuit of success and wealth, relationships often take a back seat. Many men realize too late that relationships with family, friends, and loved ones are far more valuable than any material wealth. Money can buy comfort, but not the deep, meaningful connections that provide true happiness and support. Take the story of Tom, who worked tirelessly to provide a luxurious lifestyle for his family, but found himself estranged from them due to his constant absence. It wasn't until a personal crisis hit that he realized his family, not his wealth, was his true support system. This realization came too late to mend some of the lost connections. Invest in time in building and nurturing relationships is crucial. This means spending quality time with loved ones, being present in the moment, and showing appreciation and love. Simple gestures, like regular family dinners, participating in activities together, and expressing gratitude can strengthen bonds. A strong support network can provide emotional stability and joy, far outweighing any financial gains. Studies consistently show that strong social connections improve overall well-being and longevity. 4. Career is not your identity. Men often define themselves by their careers, equating job success with personal worth. This can lead to an identity crisis, especially if career goals aren't met or if they face job loss. It's important to recognize that a career is just one aspect of life and does not define a person's entire identity. Consider the example of Alex, a successful lawyer who faced an identity crisis when he lost his job due to company downsizing. His sense of self-worth plummeted because he had tied his identity entirely to his career. It was only through exploring hobbies and other interests that he rediscovered his self-worth and built a more balanced life. Balancing work with personal life is key. Pursuing hobbies, interests, and passions outside of work can provide fulfillment and a sense of self-worth. Engaging in activities like sports, arts, volunteering, or learning new skills can enrich life beyond the professional sphere. Understanding that personal value comes from within and not from professional achievements can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Diversifying one's identity by embracing various roles, such as being a parent, friend, or community member, can provide a more resilient sense of self. 5. Failure is part of success. Failure is often seen as a negative, but it's an inevitable part of the journey to success. Many successful men have faced numerous failures before achieving their goals. Understanding that failure is a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block can change one's perspective on setbacks. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who was famously fired from Apple, the company he co-founded. Instead of being defeated, he used the experience to fuel his creativity, leading to the founding of Next and Pixar, and eventually returning to Apple to lead it to unprecedented success. His story exemplifies how failure can be a catalyst for greater achievements. Learning from mistakes, being resilient, and persisting despite failures are essential qualities. Resilience can be built through a growth mindset where challenges are seen as opportunities to learn and improve. Famous examples like Thomas Edison, who failed countless times before inventing the light bulb, demonstrate that persistence pays off. Embracing failure as a learning opportunity can lead to greater success in the long run. Analyzing failures, seeking feedback, and continuously improving are key strategies for turning setbacks into stepping stones. 6. You can't please everyone. Trying to please everyone is a futile effort that can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. It's impossible to meet everyone's expectations, and attempting to do so often means compromising one's own needs and values. Many men learn too late the importance of setting boundaries and prioritizing their own well-being. Consider the case of David, who always tried to meet everyone's expectations at work and in his personal life. This led to burnout and a loss of his sense of self. It wasn't until he learned to set boundaries and prioritize his own needs that he found true satisfaction and balance. Personal satisfaction and happiness should be the primary goals. This means making decisions based on one's own values and desires rather than seeking external approval. Learning to say no, understanding one's limits, and prioritizing self-care are essential skills. Dealing with criticism and standing up for oneself are necessary skills for maintaining integrity and personal fulfillment. Building assertiveness can help in communicating needs and setting boundaries effectively. 7. The importance of financial literacy. Financial literacy is often overlooked until financial problems arise. Understanding how to manage money, invest wisely, and plan for the future is crucial for financial stability and freedom. Many men realize too late the importance of budgeting, avoiding debt, and saving for retirement. Take the story of Jim, who lived paycheck to paycheck despite earning a good salary. It wasn't until he faced a financial crisis that he learned the importance of financial literacy. By then, he had accrued significant debt and had no savings, making recovery difficult. Basic financial literacy includes creating and sticking to a budget, understanding investment options, and knowing the risks and benefits of different financial products. Financial education can start with simple steps like tracking expenses, understanding interest rates, and building an emergency fund. Avoiding high-interest debt and planning for long-term financial goals can prevent financial crises and ensure a secure future. Resources like financial advisors, online courses, and financial literacy programs can provide valuable knowledge and tools for managing finances effectively. Order to this 8. Change is inevitable. Life is constantly changing, and the ability to adapt is crucial. Many men resist change, preferring the comfort of familiarity. However, change is inevitable and often brings new opportunities. Embracing change and being flexible can lead to personal and professional growth. Consider the example of Rob, who resisted adopting new technologies in his job. As the industry evolved, he found himself struggling to keep up, eventually leading to job loss. It was only when he embraced continuous learning and adaptation that he was able to find a new, fulfilling career path. Viewing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles can make a significant difference. Developing adaptability skills and maintaining a positive attitude towards change can help navigate life's uncertainties more effectively. Strategies for embracing change include continuous learning, staying open to new experiences, and practicing flexibility in thinking and actions. Building a mindset that welcomes change can turn potential disruptions into opportunities for growth and innovation. 9. Happiness comes from within. True happiness is not dependent on external circumstances, but comes from within. Many men spend their lives chasing external achievements and possessions, believing they will bring happiness. It's often realized too late that inner peace and contentment are the true sources of happiness. Consider the story of Mike, who spent years amassing wealth and accolades, only to find himself feeling empty and unfulfilled. It was through introspection and personal growth that he discovered true happiness came from within, not from his external successes. Self-awareness and mindfulness are key to achieving inner happiness. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and self-reflection can help in understanding one's own needs, desires, and emotions. Cultivating a positive mindset, practicing gratitude, and focusing on personal growth can lead to lasting contentment. Pursuing activities that bring joy and fulfillment rather than those that merely impress others is essential for true happiness. Building strong, internal foundations of self-worth and contentment can withstand external changes and challenges. 10. Legacy matters. In the grand scheme of life, the legacy one leaves behind is what truly matters. Many men realize too late that their actions and contributions have a lasting impact on others. Thinking about the legacy one wants to leave can guide life choices and actions. Consider the example of Sam, who spent most of his life focused on personal gain. It wasn't until he faced a major health scare that he began to think about his legacy. He started volunteering, mentoring younger colleagues, and focusing on making a positive impact. realizing that these contributions brought him more fulfillment than any personal achievements. Making positive contributions to society, helping others, and living a meaningful life can create a lasting legacy. Reflecting on the impact of one's actions and striving to make a difference can lead to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. Legacy-building activities can include volunteering, mentoring, creating or supporting charitable initiatives, and making a positive impact in everyday interactions. Thinking long-term and focusing on the greater good can guide actions towards making a meaningful and lasting contribution to the world. Conclusion. These harsh truths often come with age and experience. Recognizing them early can lead to more informed and meaningful choices. Prioritizing time, health, relationships, and personal fulfillment over material gains and external validation can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Embracing failure, change, and financial literacy, while understanding that true happiness comes from within, can help navigate life's challenges more effectively. Ultimately, thinking about the legacy one leaves behind can guide actions towards making a positive impact.
10 terrible signs. You're ignoring your own needs and how to deal with this problem. Do you often feel drained, unfulfilled, or like something is missing in your life? You may be ignoring your own needs, a quiet habit that can lead to significant emotional, physical, and mental burnout. It's easy to fall into this pattern, especially when life's demands pull you in different directions. But neglecting yourself comes at a cost, and that cost often shows up as exhaustion, resentment, or a loss of joy. Ignoring your needs doesn't always happen deliberately. It's subtle. You tell yourself, "I'll rest after this one last task," or "It's fine, I can handle it." Before long, these small choices add up, and you find yourself disconnected from what truly matters to you. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our choices, actions, and well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By neglecting your needs, you surrender this power, letting external pressures dictate your life. This video isn't about self-indulgence, it's about self-respect. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. As Seneca said, a man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Recognizing the signs of neglect and reclaiming your sense of self can lead to a more balanced, fulfilling life. In the next sections, we'll explore 10 terrible signs that you might be ignoring your own needs and how to address them. With each point, we'll draw on Stoic wisdom to guide you toward a life of harmony and self-awareness. Let's dive in with the calm and clarity the Stoics cherished, ready to face the truth with courage and wisdom. 1. Constantly prioritizing others over yourself. Do you find yourself always putting others' needs ahead of your own? Whether it's family, friends, or co-workers, you might be giving so much that you leave little time or energy for yourself. This behavior often stems from a desire to help or avoid disappointing others, but over time, it can drain you emotionally and physically. Imagine this: a colleague asks for help on a project, and you say yes, even though your own workload is already overwhelming. Or a friend constantly calls on you for support, yet you rarely share your own struggles. While generosity is virtuous, an unbalanced approach leaves you depleted and unfulfilled. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of balance and self-control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Being good includes honoring your own limits. If you give endlessly to others at the expense of your well-being, you risk becoming resentful and ineffective in your relationships. The key is to prioritize without guilt. Ask yourself, am I saying yes out of obligation or because I truly want to help? Recognize that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Set boundaries by politely declining when necessary. I'd love to help, but I need to focus on my own responsibilities right now. By respecting your needs, you ensure that the energy you give to others comes from a place of abundance, not depletion. A wise person understands that tending to their well-being is not selfish. It's the foundation for meaningful and balanced relationships. Prioritize yourself as part of your commitment to living a virtuous, harmonious life. 2. Feeling drained without knowing why. Do you wake up tired or go through your day feeling drained, yet you can't pinpoint why? This exhaustion often stems from neglecting your own needs. When you constantly give your time, energy, and attention to others without replenishing yourself, your body and mind start to protest. Imagine agreeing to every obligation, helping a co-worker finish their project, attending social events out of obligation, or staying up late to manage household chores. You keep telling yourself it's fine, but each day feels harder and you can't seem to recover. This chronic fatigue isn't just physical, it's emotional and mental too. The Stoics remind us to take responsibility for what we can control. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Feeling drained is often a sign that you've overestimated the importance of external obligations while undervaluing your own well-being. Pause and reflect on your daily habits. Are you saying yes to too many things? Are you giving yourself time to rest, reflect, and recharge? Start by setting small boundaries. Block out time for yourself on your calendar and treat it as non-negotiable. Say no to requests that don't align with your priorities. Energy is a finite resource. A wise person uses it wisely, ensuring they have enough to sustain themselves before offering it to others. By addressing the root causes of your fatigue, you not only regain your strength, but also your clarity and purpose. 3. Ignoring physical and mental health. Your body and mind are your greatest assets, yet ignoring your health is one of the most common ways people neglect their needs. Skipping meals, avoiding exercise, or brushing off stress and anxiety can seem harmless in the short term, but over time, these habits can take a serious toll. Picture this. You skip breakfast because you're running late, spend hours hunched over your desk without a break, and then collapse onto the couch at the end of the day, too tired to do anything but scroll on your phone. Days turn into weeks, and you start to notice your energy, mood, and focus deteriorating. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of discipline and care for the self. As Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Ignoring your health often reflects a mindset that prioritizes external demands over internal harmony. The Stoics believed in living in alignment with nature, which includes respecting your body's natural needs for nourishment, movement, and rest. To reclaim your health, start small. Prepare nourishing meals, prioritize regular movement, even if it's a short walk, and take breaks to clear your mind. Address mental health by practicing mindfulness or journaling to process your emotions. These simple acts can have profound effects on your overall well-being. A wise person knows that caring for the body and mind is essential to living a fulfilling life. When you prioritize your health, you align with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature, setting the foundation for strength and resilience. 4. Resentment towards others. Do you find yourself feeling bitter or resentful toward people you care about? This resentment often arises when you give too much of yourself without receiving the same level of care or consideration in return. It's a clear sign that your boundaries are being crossed, and perhaps that you've let them go unchecked. For example, You constantly help a friend who is struggling, but when you need support, they're unavailable. Or you take on extra work to help a colleague, only to feel overlooked when recognition is given. These moments of imbalance create frustration and emotional fatigue. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control. Epictetus said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You cannot control how others act, but you can control your willingness to accept or reject these dynamics. Resentment often signals that it's time to re-evaluate your boundaries. Address this feeling with honest reflection. Ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Often, others are unaware of how their actions or inactions affect you. Practice expressing your feelings calmly and constructively. I've noticed that I've been giving a lot of support lately, and I could use some in return. Resentment is a sign that something in the relationship dynamic needs adjustment. By addressing it with courage and clarity, you create space for healthier, more balanced connections while preserving your peace and energy. A wise person knows that mutual respect begins with self-respect. 5. Difficulty. Saying no. Do you often find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do simply because you're afraid of disappointing others? Difficulty saying no is one of the clearest signs you're ignoring your own needs. By constantly putting others first, you may inadvertently create a cycle where your priorities are always last. Picture this. A friend asks for help moving, even though you're already exhausted from a long week. You want to say no, but fear they'll feel let down or see you as unreliable. So you agree, despite the toll it takes on you. Over time, this pattern leaves you feeling drained and undervalued. Stoicism teaches the importance of asserting control over your own actions. Epictetus reminds us, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." True freedom means setting boundaries and recognizing that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself. Practice saying no with grace. Start small. I'd love to help, but I need to rest and recharge. By framing your response positively and without apology, you communicate respect for both your needs and the other person's request. Remember, your time and energy are precious. A wise person prioritizes them for what truly aligns with their values, understanding that no one else will safeguard their well-being if they don't. 6. Feeling unappreciated. Do you ever feel like your efforts go unnoticed or unacknowledged, no matter how much you give? Constantly giving without receiving appreciation is a subtle yet damaging sign you're ignoring your own needs. It can leave you feeling invisible and undervalued in your relationships. For example, you regularly go out of your way to help others, staying late at work, cooking for your family, or supporting a friend through tough times. Yet, when it comes to recognition, you're met with silence, or worse, taken for granted. This imbalance erodes your sense of worth and creates feelings of frustration and sadness. Stoicism emphasizes that true contentment must come from within, not from external validation. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." While appreciation from others is gratifying, it should not be the sole measure of your value. If you're feeling unappreciated, start by expressing your feelings openly but calmly. I've been doing a lot lately, and it would mean a lot to hear a simple thank you. At the same time, reflect on whether you're overextending yourself in areas where recognition is unlikely. Redirect your energy to relationships and activities that offer mutual respect and value. A wise person knows their worth and ensures that their efforts are balanced by respect and appreciation. By addressing this imbalance, you nurture healthier dynamics and protect your sense of self. 7. Loss of passion or joy. When was the last time you felt excited or joyful about something? If you've lost interest in activities that once brought you happiness, it may be a sign that you're neglecting your own needs. Overcommitting to responsibilities often leaves no room for the things that ignite your passion and feed your soul. Think of the hobbies or activities you once loved: painting, hiking, reading, or spending time with friends. Now, these pursuits feel like distant memories because your time is consumed by obligations. Even when you have a free moment, you might feel too tired or disconnected to engage in what you love. Stoicism teaches us to align our actions with our values. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." When you lose touch with what brings you joy, you lose a part of yourself. Rekindle your passions by intentionally carving out time for them. Start small. Spend 15 minutes doing something that used to excite you. Protect this time as you would a commitment to someone else. Gradually, you'll reconnect with the things that make life meaningful. Joy and passion are essential for a fulfilling life. A wise person recognizes that tending to their inner fire isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for living with purpose and harmony. 8. Difficulty expressing your needs. Do you often hesitate to ask for what you need, fearing you'll seem selfish or burdensome? Struggling to express your needs is a clear sign you're neglecting yourself. It leaves you feeling unsupported and reinforces the idea that your feelings and desires are less important than others. Imagine needing a break after a long day, but staying silent while your partner or family continues to demand your attention. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed at work, but avoid telling your manager because you don't want to appear incapable. These small moments of silence accumulate, leading to frustration and burnout. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-respect and clear communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining. We are masters of enduring." But enduring doesn't mean suffering in silence. It means calmly and wisely asserting what is necessary for your well-being. Begin by identifying what you need, whether it's rest, help, or space, and practice articulating it simply. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need some time to recharge." The act of asking for support isn't weakness. It's a strength that fosters understanding and balance in relationships. A wise person understands that their needs are just as valid as anyone else's. By expressing them openly and confidently, you create a life that honors your well-being and encourages mutual respect in your relationships. 9. Over-reliance on external validation. Do you find yourself seeking approval from others rather than trusting your own judgment? Depending on external validation is a subtle way of ignoring your needs because it prioritizes others' opinions over your own inner compass. Picture this: you achieve something significant but don't feel satisfied until others acknowledge it. Or you constantly adjust your choices to match what others expect, even if it conflicts with your true desires. This reliance on external approval can make you feel unsteady and disconnected from your authentic self. Epictetus taught that true contentment comes from within. Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves. When you rely on validation from others, you give away the power to determine your own happiness and worth. Start by practicing self-affirmation. Before seeking approval from others, ask yourself, am I proud of this decision? Does it align with my values? Over time, cultivate the confidence to stand by your choices without needing outside reassurance. A wise person measures their worth by their own principles, not the fleeting opinions of others. By trusting yourself, you strengthen your foundation and free yourself from the constant need for external validation. 10. Feeling disconnected from yourself. Do you ever feel like you've lost touch with who you are? When life becomes a series of obligations and external demands, it's easy to forget what makes you feel fulfilled, joyful, or at peace. This disconnection from yourself is often the result of prolonged neglect of your needs. Imagine struggling to answer a simple question: what makes you happy? You've spent so much time meeting others' expectations that your own desires feel unfamiliar. You might notice a vague sense of emptiness or a longing for something undefined. Stoicism emphasizes self-awareness as a cornerstone of a meaningful life. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Adversity in this sense includes the inner challenges of self-discovery. Facing these truths, though uncomfortable, is necessary to reconnect with your essence. Reclaim your connection to yourself by creating space for introspection. Spend time alone, journal your thoughts, or meditate to explore what truly matters to you. Ask questions like, "What brings me joy?" and "What do I want from life?" These moments of reflection help you rediscover your inner compass. A wise person nurtures their relationship with themselves, understanding that self-connection is the foundation for a purposeful and fulfilling life. By listening to your inner voice, you realign with what truly matters and take the first step toward living authentically. Solutions: how to start meeting your needs. Ignoring your own needs can feel like a deeply ingrained habit, but it's never too late to reclaim your well-being. The Stoics teach us that self-mastery begins with awareness and deliberate action. Here are practical steps to help you prioritize your needs and create a more balanced, fulfilling life. 1. Practice self-awareness. The first step to change is recognizing the problem. Reflect on areas where you've been neglecting yourself. Ask, what do I truly need, and where have I been falling short? Journaling can be a powerful tool for uncovering patterns and reconnecting with your inner self. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig." 2. Set and maintain boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Recognize that by protecting your time and energy, you are honoring your own value. For example, if a request doesn't align with your priorities or capacity, respond with, "I can't commit to this right now, but I hope it works out for you." Boundaries are not selfish. They are essential for self-respect and sustainable relationships. 3. Schedule time for yourself. Treat self-care as a priority, not an afterthought. Block out time for rest, hobbies, or simple pleasures, and guard it as you would an important meeting. For instance, dedicate a morning each week to an activity that recharges you, like reading, walking, or meditating. This practice reinforces the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature and your inner self. 4. Communicate your needs. Expressing your needs isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. Practice clear, direct communication. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a moment to regroup." This clarity not only helps others understand you, but also strengthens your confidence in prioritizing yourself. 5. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover the activities and pursuits that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, dancing, or spending time in nature, make space for what energizes and fulfills you. As Seneca advised, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Embrace what makes you feel alive in the here and now. Your needs are not secondary, they are fundamental. Ignoring them might seem like a small sacrifice for the sake of others, but over time, it erodes your happiness, health, and sense of self. The good news is that you have the power to change this dynamic. As the Stoics teach, living a virtuous life requires balance, self-awareness, and intention. By recognizing the signs of neglect and taking deliberate steps to prioritize your well-being, you honor your value and reclaim your peace. You become not only a better friend, partner, and colleague, but also a stronger, more resilient individual. Take a moment today to reflect on your own needs. Commit to treating yourself with the same kindness and care you extend to others. True strength lies in living with harmony, and that harmony begins with you. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Reconnect with your own light and let it guide you to a life of balance and fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and actionable insights to help you live a balanced and fulfilling life. Your support means everything and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd also love to hear from you. What resonated with you the most? Have you noticed any of these signs in your own life? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation and support each other in prioritizing our well-being.
Have you ever wondered what truly makes someone socially attractive? Is it their charm, their wit, or perhaps something deeper? In a world where social connections are vital to personal and professional success, mastering the art of social attractiveness can be a game changer. Drawing inspiration from the timeless wisdom of Stoic principles, we uncover 15 habits that can transform your interactions and help you build meaningful, lasting relationships. Stoicism, an ancient Greek philosophy, offers profound insights into human behavior and personal growth. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can enhance your social skills and become someone others naturally gravitate toward. Whether it's incorporating laughter to lighten the mood, maintaining good posture to convey confidence, or showing genuine compassion, these habits can elevate your social presence and make you more engaging and relatable. Join us as we delve into each of these habits, enriched with vivid examples and practical tips to help you cultivate a magnetic personality that attracts and retains meaningful connections. Let's embark on this journey of personal transformation and discover the power of Stoic-inspired social attractiveness. 1. Incorporate laughter. Laughter is a universal language that bridges gaps and brings people together. It lightens the atmosphere, fosters connection, and allows us to find joy in the present moment. Imagine attending a gathering where the room is filled with serious conversations and tense faces. Then, someone shares a light-hearted joke and the room erupts in laughter. Instantly, the mood shifts from somber to joyful, and people feel more relaxed and open. Using humor in your interactions can make you more approachable and enjoyable to be around. For instance, when meeting someone new, a clever, appropriate joke or a funny anecdote can break the ice and create an immediate bond. Think of a first date scenario where both parties are nervous and unsure. A shared laugh over a humorous story about a past awkward moment can ease the tension and pave the way for more meaningful conversation. However, it's crucial to use humor mindfully. Not everyone has the same sense of humor, and what might be funny to one person could be offensive to another. For example, at a workplace meeting, a well-timed, harmless joke about the quirks of office life can enhance camaraderie. But a joke that touches on sensitive topics can quickly backfire, causing discomfort and possibly damaging relationships. Moreover, laughter can be a powerful tool in stressful situations. Consider a family facing a difficult challenge, such as moving to a new city. Amidst the chaos of packing and goodbyes, sharing funny moments, like the time they tried to assemble furniture without instructions, can provide relief and strengthen their bond. Incorporating laughter into your daily life requires a balance of spontaneity and sensitivity. By using humor to connect with others, you not only enhance your social attractiveness, but also contribute to a more positive and joyful environment. Remember, laughter is a gift that can lighten even the heaviest of days and bring warmth to the coldest of hearts. 2. Maintain good posture. Good posture is a silent communicator of confidence and self-respect. When you stand tall with your shoulders back and head held high, you project an image of assurance and reliability. Picture a speaker at a conference. The one with a straight posture, open stance, and direct eye contact commands attention and respect, whereas a slouched speaker might struggle to keep the audience engaged. Maintaining good posture isn't just about aesthetics, it also influences how you feel. When you hold yourself confidently, you often start to feel more confident. For example, walking into a job interview with an upright posture can positively affect your performance by boosting your self-esteem and reducing anxiety. Conversely, slouching can convey insecurity and disinterest, potentially diminishing the interviewer's perception of your capabilities. Practicing good posture also impacts your physical health. For instance, consistently sitting or standing with poor posture can lead to back and neck pain. By being mindful of your posture, you can prevent such discomfort and improve your overall well-being. Simple daily habits like adjusting your workstation to maintain an ergonomic alignment or practicing yoga to strengthen your core can significantly enhance your posture over time. In social settings, good posture can make you more approachable and engaging. Imagine attending a networking event. A person standing confidently with an open posture is more likely to attract conversation partners than someone hunched over their phone. By maintaining good posture, you send non-verbal cues that you are open to interaction and ready to engage. Incorporating good posture into your daily life is a powerful way to enhance your presence and make a positive impression on others. It reflects your inner confidence and respect for yourself, which in turn earns the respect and admiration of those around you. 3. Foster curiosity. Curiosity is a key ingredient in building meaningful connections. When you show genuine interest in others by asking thoughtful questions and actively listening to their responses, you create a bond that goes beyond superficial interactions. For example, instead of the typical, "How are you?" consider asking, "What's been the highlight of your week?" This question invites the person to share something meaningful and can lead to deeper conversations. Consider a scenario at a dinner party. While others might stick to small talk, you engage with someone by expressing curiosity about their latest project or a recent trip. This not only shows that you value their experiences, but also makes the interaction more memorable. People naturally feel more appreciated and connected when they sense that someone is genuinely interested in their lives. Fostering curiosity also means being an active listener. Instead of thinking about what you will say next, focus on what the other person is saying. For instance, if a friend is talking about a challenging situation at work, listen attentively and ask follow-up questions like, "How did you handle that?" or "What did you learn from the experience?" This approach shows empathy and encourages the person to open up more. Moreover, curiosity can broaden your own perspectives. Engaging with people from different backgrounds and cultures enriches your understanding of the world. Imagine meeting someone from a different country at a conference. By asking about their cultural traditions and daily life, you not only make a new friend, but also gain insights that can challenge and expand your own worldview. Curiosity fosters connections that are both deep and enriching. By showing genuine interest in others, you not only make them feel valued, but also create opportunities for learning and personal growth. This habit of engaging curiously makes you more socially attractive and builds lasting relationships. 4. Show compassion. Compassion is a powerful force in building strong relationships. It involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, offering genuine support and empathy. For example, when a friend is going through a tough time, simply being there to listen and offer a comforting presence can make a significant difference. Saying, "I'm here for you, and I understand how hard this must be," validates their emotions and strengthens your bond. Consider the impact of compassion in a workplace setting. Imagine a colleague struggling with a heavy workload. Offering to help with a project or even just taking a moment to acknowledge their stress can foster a supportive work environment. This act of kindness not only eases their burden, but also builds a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Compassion extends beyond close relationships to everyday interactions. Think about a time when a stranger was kind to you, such as helping you carry groceries or offering a smile when you were feeling down. These small acts of compassion can have a profound impact, reminding us of our shared humanity and creating a ripple effect of kindness. However, showing compassion also means taking care of yourself. It's essential to set boundaries and ensure you are not depleting your own resources. For instance, if a friend constantly leans on you for support, it's okay to express your own needs and suggest they seek additional help. Compassion is most effective when it comes from a place of balance and self-care. Incorporating compassion into your daily life not only enhances your social attractiveness, but also contributes to a more empathetic and connected world. By understanding and sharing the feelings of others, you build deeper, more meaningful relationships and create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. 5. Cultivate a touch of mystery. Cultivating a touch of mystery involves sharing selectively and allowing your depth to unfold naturally. This approach invites others to engage more deeply, sparking curiosity and interest. Imagine meeting someone who shares their entire life story in the first conversation versus someone who reveals their experiences gradually. The latter often leaves a lasting impression, as there's an element of intrigue that keeps you wanting to know more. For instance, in a new friendship, instead of divulging all your personal details at once, consider sharing your experiences and interests over time. This gradual revelation creates a sense of anticipation and curiosity, making interactions more engaging and dynamic. It also allows for deeper connections to form as trust and familiarity build gradually. In romantic relationships, a touch of mystery can keep the spark alive. Sharing your thoughts and feelings openly is important, but maintaining some aspects of your individuality and experiences to be discovered over time can sustain interest and excitement. For example, planning spontaneous surprises or revealing hidden talents at unexpected moments can add an element of surprise and enchantment. However, cultivating mystery doesn't mean being secretive or deceptive. It's about finding a balance between openness and intrigue, being genuine and authentic in your interactions while leaving room for discovery makes you more captivating. Think of it as reading a book where each chapter reveals a bit more about the characters, keeping you engaged and eager to learn what happens next. This principle can also apply to professional settings. In a job interview, highlighting your skills and experiences without laying out your entire career history can pique the interviewer's interest. Sharing relevant achievements while hinting at your potential can create a compelling narrative that leaves them wanting to know more. By cultivating a touch of mystery, you enhance your social interactions with an element of intrigue. This approach not only makes you more attractive and engaging, but also fosters deeper and more meaningful connections. 6. Exercise patience. Patience is a virtue that greatly enhances social interactions. It involves allowing conversations to flow naturally without rushing or interrupting, showing respect and consideration for others. Imagine being in a group discussion where one person dominates the conversation, cutting others off mid-sentence. This behavior can stifle communication and create frustration. Conversely, a patient listener who waits their turn and gives others space to express their thoughts fosters a more inclusive and respectful dialogue. Consider the scenario of a family dinner. A child excitedly shares their day at school, and a patient parent listens attentively without interrupting. This patience not only encourages the child to express themselves freely, but also strengthens the parent-child bond. In contrast, impatience can lead to misunderstandings and feelings of neglect. Patience also plays a crucial role in resolving conflicts. When disagreements arise, taking the time to listen to the other person's perspective before responding can prevent escalation. For instance, in a workplace dispute, patiently hearing out a colleague's concerns and responding thoughtfully can lead to a more constructive resolution. This approach shows that you value their input and are committed to finding a mutually beneficial solution. Moreover, practicing patience in daily interactions can enhance your own well-being. It reduces stress and fosters a sense of calm and control. For example, waiting in a long line can be frustrating, but using that time to practice mindfulness or engage in a pleasant conversation with a fellow queue member can transform the experience into a positive one. Patience is a powerful tool that can improve your relationships and social interactions. By allowing conversations to unfold naturally and showing respect for others' thoughts and feelings, you create an environment of trust and mutual respect. This habit not only makes you more socially attractive, but also contributes to your own inner peace and resilience. 7. Use mindful body language. Mindful body language is an essential component of effective communication. It ensures that your gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact reflect your genuine feelings and intentions. Imagine attending a presentation where the speaker maintains eye contact, uses open gestures, and smiles genuinely. This body language creates a connection with the audience and conveys confidence and enthusiasm. In contrast, consider a meeting where a participant crosses their arms, avoids eye contact, and has a closed-off posture. This body language can signal disinterest or defensiveness, creating a barrier to effective communication. Being mindful of your body language helps you convey the right message and fosters positive interactions. For instance, in a job interview, maintaining eye contact, nodding in agreement, and using open hand gestures can show that you are engaged and confident. Similarly, during a conversation with a friend, leaning in slightly and mirroring their expressions can create a sense of empathy and understanding. These non-verbal cues enhance the connection and make the interaction more meaningful. Mindful body language also involves being aware of the signals you send unconsciously. For example, fidgeting or checking your phone during a conversation can indicate boredom or distraction, even if you are genuinely interested. By being present and attentive, you show respect and appreciation for the other person, strengthening your relationship. Incorporating mindful body language into your daily interactions can significantly improve your social attractiveness. It helps you connect more deeply with others, convey your true intentions, and create a positive impression. By aligning your non-verbal cues with your verbal communication, you enhance your ability to build trust and rapport. 8. Be fully present. Being fully present in your interactions shows others that they are valued and important. In a world full of distractions, giving someone your undivided attention is a rare and precious gift. Imagine having a conversation with someone who is constantly checking their phone or looking around the room. This behavior can make you feel ignored and unimportant. In contrast, someone who listens intently, makes eye contact, and responds thoughtfully creates a sense of connection and respect. Consider a scenario where you are catching up with an old friend. By putting away your phone, maintaining eye contact, and actively engaging in the conversation, you show that you genuinely care about their thoughts and experiences. This level of presence can deepen your bond and create lasting memories. Being fully present also means being mindful of your own thoughts and feelings during interactions. For instance, if you find your mind wandering during a meeting, gently bring your focus back to the speaker. This mindfulness not only improves your understanding and retention of the information, but also demonstrates your commitment to the discussion. In personal relationships, being fully present can strengthen your connections and enhance your empathy. Imagine a partner sharing their worries with you. By listening attentively and responding with empathy, you validate their feelings and provide emotional support. This presence fosters trust and intimacy, making your relationship more resilient. Practicing presence requires conscious effort, especially in today's fast-paced world. Setting aside dedicated time for meaningful interactions, practicing mindfulness, and minimizing distractions can help you cultivate this habit. Being fully present enriches your social interactions, making you more attractive and trustworthy to others. 9. Develop cultural wisdom. Developing cultural wisdom involves understanding and appreciating different cultures to broaden your perspectives and connect with others. In today's globalized world, cultural awareness is essential for building meaningful relationships and fostering inclusivity. Imagine working on an international team where each member brings unique cultural insights. By appreciating and respecting these differences, you can collaborate more effectively and create a harmonious work environment. Consider the impact of cultural wisdom in social settings. When attending a cultural event, showing genuine interest in the traditions and practices can make you more engaging and respectful. For example, asking about the significance of a cultural festival or trying traditional foods with an open mind demonstrates your appreciation for diversity. Cultural wisdom also enhances your ability to connect with people from different backgrounds. Imagine traveling to a foreign country. Understanding and respecting local customs, such as greeting practices or dress codes, can help you navigate social interactions smoothly and build positive relationships. This awareness shows that you value and respect the local culture, making you a more attractive and considerate visitor. Moreover, developing cultural wisdom enriches your own life. It broadens your horizons and challenges your perspectives, fostering personal growth and empathy. For instance, learning about different religious practices or social norms can deepen your understanding of the world and reduce prejudices. Incorporating cultural wisdom into your daily life involves continuous learning and open-mindedness. Reading about different cultures, engaging in cultural exchanges, and reflecting on your own biases can help you develop this valuable trait. By embracing cultural wisdom, you enhance your social interactions and contribute to a more inclusive and empathetic world. 10. Embrace authenticity. Embracing authenticity means being true to yourself, standing firm in your beliefs, and finding comfort in your own skin. Authenticity attracts genuine connections and fosters trust and respect. Imagine meeting someone who is unapologetically themselves, sharing their passions and vulnerabilities openly. This authenticity creates a sense of sincerity and makes interactions more meaningful. Consider the impact of authenticity in friendships. When you are authentic, you attract like-minded individuals who appreciate you for who you are. For example, sharing your true interests and opinions can lead to deeper and more fulfilling relationships. Conversely, trying to fit in by pretending to be someone you're not can create superficial connections and feelings of emptiness. Authenticity also means accepting your flaws and imperfections. Imagine a leader who acknowledges their mistakes and shows vulnerability. This behavior not only earns the respect of their team, but also creates a culture of openness and trust. By being authentic, you inspire others to do the same, fostering a supportive and genuine environment. In personal growth, embracing authenticity involves self-reflection and acceptance. It requires understanding your values, strengths, and weaknesses, and living in alignment with them. For instance, pursuing a career that aligns with your passions and values, even if it's unconventional, can lead to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Being authentic in your interactions can significantly enhance your social attractiveness. It creates a sense of trust and reliability, making others feel comfortable and valued. By embracing your true self and living authentically, you build deeper connections and lead a more fulfilling life. 11. Practice mesmerizing manners. Practicing mesmerizing manners involves engaging with others through genuine empathy, kindness, and respect. Good manners create a welcoming and positive environment, making interactions pleasant and memorable. Imagine dining at a restaurant where the staff is courteous, attentive, and respectful. This experience leaves a lasting positive impression and makes you more likely to return. Consider the impact of manners in everyday interactions. Simple acts of kindness, such as holding the door open, saying please and thank you, or offering a smile, can brighten someone's day and create a sense of warmth and connection. For example, complimenting a colleague on their hard work or helping a neighbor carry groceries shows that you care and value their presence. Mesmerizing manners also involve being mindful of others' needs and feelings. In a conversation, listening attentively, not interrupting, and showing appreciation for the other person's perspective demonstrate respect and empathy. For instance, in a heated discussion, responding calmly and respectfully rather than reacting impulsively can diffuse tension and foster mutual understanding. In social gatherings, practicing good manners can enhance your attractiveness and leave a positive impression. Imagine attending a party where you are considerate of the host's efforts, engage politely with guests, and express gratitude for the invitation. This behavior not only makes you a delightful guest, but also builds your reputation as a respectful and kind individual. Incorporating mesmerizing manners into your daily life can significantly improve your social interactions. It creates an atmosphere of positivity and respect, making you more approachable and likable. By engaging with empathy and kindness, you foster deeper connections and contribute to a more considerate and harmonious community. 12. Choose a signature scent. Choosing a signature scent involves selecting a fragrance that aligns with your personality and values, leaving a lasting impression. A signature scent can become a subtle yet powerful part of your personal brand. Imagine meeting someone who has a distinctive, pleasant fragrance that you associate with them every time you encounter it. This scent creates a sensory memory, making your interactions more memorable and unique. Consider the impact of a signature scent in professional settings. Wearing a subtle, elegant fragrance that complements your professional demeanor can enhance your presence and leave a positive impression on colleagues and clients. For example, a fresh, clean scent can convey a sense of professionalism and confidence, making you more approachable and memorable in meetings. In personal relationships, a signature scent can add an element of intimacy and familiarity. Imagine a partner who always wears a specific perfume or cologne. Over time, this scent becomes associated with them, evoking fond memories and feelings whenever you encounter it. Choosing a scent that reflects your personality and preferences can enhance your connection with others. Selecting a signature scent involves finding a fragrance that resonates with you and reflects your identity. It could be inspired by your favorite places, memories, or even your personal values. For instance, a nature lover might choose a fragrance with earthy, woody notes, while someone who values elegance and sophistication might opt for a classic, floral scent. Incorporating a signature scent into your daily routine can enhance your social attractiveness and leave a lasting impression. It adds a unique, personal touch to your presence, making interactions more memorable and enjoyable. By choosing a fragrance that reflects your personality, you create a sensory connection that resonates with others and enhances your overall appeal. 13. Live by virtues. Living by virtues involves following Stoic principles like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues not only enhance your character, but also attract others who admire and aspire to these values. Imagine someone who consistently demonstrates integrity, fairness, and self-control. This person naturally earns respect and admiration, making them more attractive and influential. Consider the impact of living by virtues in your daily interactions. Demonstrating wisdom by making thoughtful decisions and offering sound advice can make you a trusted confidant. For example, a friend who seeks your guidance in difficult situations values your wisdom and respects your judgment. Similarly, showing courage by standing up for what is right, even in challenging circumstances, inspires others and fosters a sense of admiration. Justice, another key Stoic virtue, involves treating others fairly and with respect. Imagine a leader who ensures everyone on their team is treated equitably and acknowledges their contributions. This behavior not only builds a positive and inclusive environment, but also earns the loyalty and respect of the team members. Temperance, the practice of self-control and moderation, is crucial in maintaining balance in life. For instance, managing your emotions during stressful situations and responding calmly rather than reacting impulsively demonstrates emotional intelligence and resilience. This composure not only helps you navigate challenges more effectively, but also sets a positive example for others. Living by virtues creates a foundation of trust and respect in your relationships. It attracts like-minded individuals who value and aspire to similar principles, fostering deeper and more meaningful connections. By embodying Stoic virtues, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more ethical and compassionate world. 14. Demonstrate humility. Demonstrating humility involves acknowledging your limitations and showing appreciation for the contributions of others. Humility fosters mutual respect and creates an environment where everyone feels valued. Imagine working with someone who is humble about their achievements and quick to recognize the efforts of their teammates. This behavior builds a culture of collaboration and respect, making interactions more positive and productive. Consider the impact of humility in leadership. A humble leader who admits their mistakes and seeks feedback from their team earns greater respect and loyalty. For example, a manager who credits their team for a project's success, rather than taking all the glory, fosters a sense of shared achievement and trust. This humility encourages open communication and continuous improvement within the team. In personal relationships, humility strengthens bonds and promotes understanding. Imagine a friend who always acknowledges their own faults and appreciates your support. This humility not only makes them more relatable, but also deepens your connection by fostering an environment of honesty and mutual respect. Humility also means being open to learning from others. Consider attending a workshop where you openly admit your lack of knowledge on a topic and actively seek insights from the facilitator and fellow participants. This openness not only enhances your learning experience, but also builds a network of supportive and knowledgeable individuals. Incorporating humility into your daily interactions can significantly improve your relationships. It creates a sense of equality and respect, making others feel valued and appreciated. By demonstrating humility, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more respectful and supportive community. 15. Practice self-care. Practicing self-care involves prioritizing your physical, mental, and emotional well-being to build resilience and better support others. Self-care is essential for maintaining a healthy and balanced life, enabling you to show up fully in your relationships and responsibilities. Imagine a friend who regularly engages in activities that rejuvenate and energize them, such as exercising, meditating, or pursuing hobbies. This practice not only enhances their well-being, but also makes them more present and supportive in their interactions. Consider the impact of self-care in professional settings. A colleague who takes regular breaks, manages their stress effectively, and maintains a healthy work-life balance is likely to be more productive and positive. For example, someone who practices self-care by setting boundaries and taking time off to recharge can prevent burnout and maintain their enthusiasm and effectiveness at work. In personal relationships, self-care enables you to be more patient, empathetic, and supportive. Imagine a parent who takes time for self-care activities such as reading, exercising, or socializing with friends. This practice helps them manage stress and maintain their energy, allowing them to be more present and engaged with their children. Self-care also involves recognizing and addressing your emotional needs. For instance, seeking therapy or counseling when needed, practicing mindfulness, and engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment contribute to your emotional well-being. This practice not only enhances your own quality of life, but also makes you more resilient and capable of supporting others. Incorporating self-care into your daily routine can significantly enhance your social attractiveness and overall well-being. By prioritizing your health and happiness, you build resilience and create a positive impact on your interactions and relationships. Practicing self-care enables you to be your best self and contribute positively to the lives of those around you. In conclusion, these 15 socially attractive habits, inspired by Stoic principles, offer a holistic approach to enhancing your interactions and relationships. By incorporating laughter, maintaining good posture, fostering curiosity, showing compassion, cultivating mystery, exercising patience, using mindful body language, being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, embracing authenticity, practicing mesmerizing manners, choosing a signature scent, living by virtues, demonstrating humility, and practicing self-care, you can build deeper, more meaningful connections and lead a more fulfilling life. Incorporating these 15 socially attractive habits inspired by Stoic principles can profoundly impact your interactions and relationships. By embracing practices such as laughter, good posture, curiosity, compassion, and patience, you not only enhance your social presence but also foster deeper, more meaningful connections with those around you. Stoicism teaches us the value of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, virtues that, when integrated into our daily lives, enrich our character and make us more attractive to others. Whether it's showing humility, practicing mesmerizing manners, or living authentically, these habits help you become a more engaging, empathetic, and resilient individual. Remember, social attractiveness is not about superficial charm, but about genuine connection and mutual respect. By being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, choosing a signature scent, and prioritizing self-care, you create a positive and lasting impression that resonates deeply with others. As you incorporate these habits into your routine, you'll find that your relationships become more fulfilling and your social interactions more rewarding. Embrace these Stoic-inspired principles and watch as they transform not only how others perceive you, but also how you perceive yourself. By living with intention and integrity, you can build a life filled with meaningful connections and personal growth.
Here are 10 things Sigma males do without even realizing that terrify people. Their quiet confidence, independence, and stoic demeanor make them a mystery and sometimes a threat. But why do these traits, rooted in strength and self-mastery, leave such a powerful impression? Imagine a person who walks into a room and instantly shifts the atmosphere without saying a word, or someone who stays calm and collected while everyone else spirals into chaos. These are Sigma males, and their natural behaviors challenge societal norms in ways that intrigue and intimidate. In this video, we'll explore how their silence speaks volumes, why their independence makes others question their own, and how their emotional resilience leaves manipulators powerless. Each of these traits ties back to timeless Stoic principles that anyone can adopt to live a more confident, self-reliant life. Stay until the end, and you'll discover how embracing these traits can not only transform your life, but also command respect wherever you go. 1. They are silent observers. Sigma males possess a unique ability to silently observe their surroundings, absorbing details without the need for constant commentary. This trait often leaves others feeling uneasy, as silence can be more intimidating than words. In group settings, their quiet nature is mistaken for judgment or disinterest. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Their observation is a form of understanding the world, a practice rooted in Stoic philosophy. By observing rather than reacting, they gain clarity and avoid unnecessary entanglements. For example, imagine a Sigma male in a team meeting. While others enthusiastically pitch ideas, he listens intently, occasionally jotting down notes. His silence might make others wonder if he's critiquing or planning something profound. In reality, he's simply processing the information to form a well-thought-out perspective. This behavior is powerful because it unsettles those accustomed to constant feedback or validation. The Sigma male's presence becomes a reminder that silence holds immense power. Stoicism teaches the value of listening and observing as tools for understanding. Sigma males unknowingly embody this principle, and it's their quiet confidence that can terrify others. Their demeanor speaks volumes, even when they choose not to utter a single word. 2. They value independence over conformity. Sigma males live life on their own terms, valuing independence over fitting into societal norms. They resist the pressure to conform, which often unsettles those who thrive on group validation or societal approval. To a Sigma male, being true to oneself is more important than blending in. This makes them unpredictable, as they refuse to follow the same paths others are conditioned to take. For instance, while most people may follow trends or pursue conventional career paths, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional route, such as becoming a digital nomad or pursuing a passion project. To others, this rejection of norms can appear rebellious or even threatening. It disrupts the status quo and forces people to question their own choices. This trait aligns deeply with Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes autonomy and self-reliance. Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, not from external approval. Sigma males, often unknowingly, embody this mindset. They forge their own path without fear of judgment, leaving others intimidated by their unwavering self-assurance. Their independence isn't just a lifestyle, it's a statement that they answer only to themselves, which can terrify those who fear stepping outside the norm. 3. They are unaffected by criticism or praise. One of the most unsettling traits of a Sigma male is his emotional resilience. Criticism and praise roll off him with the same indifference, leaving others bewildered. Most people rely on feedback, positive or negative, to gauge their worth or make decisions. Sigma males, however, remain unaffected, drawing their sense of value from within rather than external validation. Imagine someone tries to belittle a Sigma male in a public setting, expecting a defensive or emotional response. Instead, the Sigma male calmly acknowledges the comment and moves on as though it holds no weight. This level of detachment can be infuriating for those trying to provoke a reaction. Similarly, when showered with praise, a Sigma male might offer a polite nod without allowing it to inflate his ego. This emotional control is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches that external opinions are outside our control and should not dictate our inner peace. By staying grounded, Sigma males avoid being swayed by the highs and lows of external judgment. To others, this emotional invincibility is both inspiring and intimidating. It signals a strength that cannot be manipulated, leaving people unsure of how to interact with someone so self-possessed. 4. They set boundaries without explanation. Sigma males are masters at setting boundaries, and they do so without the need to explain or justify their decisions. This trait often catches people off guard, as many are used to seeking approval or offering lengthy explanations for their choices. A Sigma male's firm yet silent boundary setting can feel abrupt or even intimidating to those who don't understand the importance of protecting one's energy. For instance, if a Sigma male feels overwhelmed by social obligations, he may decline invitations without offering a reason. To others, this might come across as cold or dismissive, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a matter of prioritizing his mental and emotional well-being. His ability to say no without guilt is a hallmark of his self-respect. This behavior is in line with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of guarding one's inner peace. Stoics believe that we should focus on what truly matters and not be swayed by the demands of others. Sigma males embody this by valuing their time and energy above external pressures. Their ability to set boundaries so effortlessly can leave others feeling rejected or unsettled, even though it's not their intention. 5. They focus on purpose, not popularity. Sigma males are purpose-driven individuals who prioritize meaningful goals over social approval. They're not interested in being the center of attention or conforming to social hierarchies. This focus on purpose often makes them appear detached or even unapproachable, which can unsettle those who rely on social connections to feel validated. For example, while others might spend time engaging in office gossip or attending social events to climb the corporate ladder, a Sigma male prefers to dedicate his energy to mastering a skill, completing a project, or pursuing a personal goal. This intense focus can make him seem distant, as though he operates on a different wavelength from everyone else. This trait is grounded in Stoic philosophy, which teaches individuals to prioritize what is within their control and aligned with their values. Sigma males inherently embody this mindset, focusing on their purpose without being distracted by the noise of social validation. This quiet confidence and clarity of intent can intimidate those who measure success by popularity or external recognition. By staying true to themselves, Sigma males challenge societal norms, often leaving others questioning their own priorities. 6. They are comfortable being alone. Sigma males thrive in solitude, finding peace and strength in their own company. While many people feel uneasy being alone, Sigma males embrace it as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Their comfort with solitude can confuse or even intimidate those who depend on constant social interaction to feel secure. For instance, a Sigma male might choose to spend a weekend hiking alone rather than attending a group event. Others may misinterpret this choice as antisocial or arrogant, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a way to recharge and connect with his inner self. His independence highlights the reliance many people have on external validation, making them uncomfortable. This trait aligns with Stoic principles, which encourage self-sufficiency and introspection. The Stoics believed that solitude is essential for cultivating inner strength and wisdom. Sigma males unknowingly embody this philosophy, demonstrating that true confidence comes from within. Their ability to find contentment in their own company is a stark contrast to societal norms, often leaving others both inspired and intimidated by their self-reliance. 7. They rarely seek validation. Sigma males have an innate ability to make decisions without seeking validation from others. They trust their own judgment and follow their intuition, which can make others feel unsettled, especially those who rely heavily on collective opinions to make choices. This self-assurance often comes across as defiance or arrogance, though it's simply confidence in their own path. For example, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional career path, like starting a business or pursuing a creative passion, without worrying about what others think. His lack of concern for societal expectations can make others question their own reliance on external validation. People often feel intimidated by someone who doesn't need their approval to thrive. This independence is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches individuals to focus on what is within their control and not be swayed by the opinions of others. Sigma males naturally embody this mindset, standing firm in their decisions without hesitation. Their unshakable confidence in their choices can make them a source of admiration and fear, as they seem immune to the societal pressures that affect most people. 8. They are calm in high-stress situations. One of the most striking traits of a Sigma male is his ability to remain calm under pressure. While others may panic or react emotionally, Sigma males keep their composure, which can make them natural leaders in chaotic situations. Their calmness, however, can also intimidate those who are used to more reactive behavior. Imagine a high-stress work environment where deadlines are looming. While others scramble and stress, a Sigma male calmly assesses the situation and takes decisive action. His ability to stay level-headed might make others feel inadequate or exposed for their lack of control. This trait is a cornerstone of Stoicism, which teaches the importance of emotional regulation and focusing on what can be controlled. By remaining calm, Sigma males demonstrate a mastery over their emotions that others find both impressive and unsettling. Their composure in difficult moments not only sets them apart but also challenges the chaotic energy of those around them, often leaving a lasting impression. 9. They avoid gossip and drama. Sigma males steer clear of gossip and drama, focusing instead on what truly matters. This avoidance of trivial conflicts can make them seem aloof or judgmental, unintentionally intimidating those who thrive on social interaction. Their disinterest in engaging in petty matters signals that they operate on a different level of priorities. For instance, in a workplace setting, when co-workers gather to gossip about a manager, a Sigma male might excuse himself or redirect the conversation to a more productive topic. This action can make others feel exposed or insecure about their own behavior. This trait is consistent with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of focusing on one's own actions and avoiding unnecessary distractions. Sigma males naturally embody this principle, choosing to invest their time and energy into things that align with their values. Their refusal to engage in gossip not only protects their peace, but also serves as a silent reminder to others of the futility of drama, which can be both inspiring and unnerving. 10. They see through manipulation. Sigma males have a sharp sense of perception that allows them to see through manipulation and deceit. This ability to recognize hidden motives often leaves manipulators feeling exposed and powerless, which can be terrifying for those who rely on such tactics to control others. For example, a Sigma male in a negotiation might sense when the other party is being disingenuous and calmly call them out or redirect the conversation. His refusal to play along with manipulative games can make others feel vulnerable as they realize their usual strategies won't work. This sharp perception is closely tied to Stoic philosophy, which values clarity of thought and truth-seeking. Stoics strive to see the world as it is, free from illusion or bias. Sigma males unknowingly live by this principle, cutting through deception with ease. Their ability to identify and disarm manipulation makes them formidable and intimidating to those who attempt to control them. By staying true to their values and principles, Sigma males project an aura of unshakable confidence that leaves a lasting impression. Sigma males embody traits that naturally command respect and at times unintentionally intimidate others. From their calm under pressure to their unwavering independence, these behaviors are rooted in timeless Stoic principles that anyone can adopt. By mastering self-reliance, emotional control, and focus, you can cultivate the same quiet confidence that sets them apart. If you found this video insightful, let us know in the comments which of these traits resonated with you the most. Are there any you've experienced yourself or noticed in others? Share your thoughts and takeaways. We'd love to hear from you. Don't forget to like this video if you found it helpful, and subscribe for more content on self-improvement, Stoicism, and Sigma male wisdom. Share this video with someone who might benefit from these lessons. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Have you ever felt worn out from always being the helpful friend, the accommodating colleague, or the ever-giving family member? While kindness is a virtue, excessive generosity without boundaries can lead to burnout, resentment, and a sense of being unappreciated. How can we balance our innate desire to help others with the essential need to take care of ourselves? The answer lies in the wisdom of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore how to balance kindness with self-care using Stoic principles. We'll uncover the art of setting boundaries, giving without expecting reciprocity, and recognizing when to step back, all while maintaining our emotional resilience and fostering meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have practical tools to ensure your kindness is sustainable, fulfilling, and enriching for both you and those around you. Let's dive into the journey of becoming kinder to others while being kind to ourselves. 1. Set limits on requests. Continuous accommodation of others' requests can drain your energy and hinder their growth. Stoicism emphasizes the need for boundaries to maintain emotional well-being and encourage self-reliance in others. Imagine you have a colleague who constantly asks for your help with tasks they could handle themselves. While assisting them initially seems kind, over time it becomes a burden, impacting your productivity and well-being. Moreover, your colleague doesn't develop the skills needed to work independently. Setting limits in such situations is essential. You might say, "I can help you with this project today, but moving forward, let's discuss how you can handle similar tasks on your own." This approach not only protects your energy, but also encourages your colleague to develop their capabilities. Stoicism teaches that true generosity involves empowering others rather than enabling dependency. By setting boundaries, you create a healthier dynamic where your kindness is appreciated and sustainable. This way, your relationships become more balanced and respectful, fostering mutual growth and understanding. 2. Recognize when to step back. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being exploited. Stoicism advises you to step back and reassess such situations to protect your well-being and avoid being taken advantage of. Consider a friend who frequently borrows money from you but never repays it. While you want to be helpful, this behavior starts to strain your finances and trust. In such cases, stepping back means having a candid conversation about boundaries. You might say, "I value our friendship, but I need to set limits on lending money. It's important for both of us to manage our finances responsibly." This direct yet respectful approach helps maintain your self-respect and financial stability. Stoicism emphasizes self-respect and discernment. By recognizing and addressing exploitation, you prevent resentment from building up. This ensures that your kindness remains genuine and not coerced. Moreover, it teaches others to respect your boundaries and encourages healthier, more reciprocal relationships. 3. Healthy boundaries enhance relationships. By setting boundaries, you ensure that your kindness is sustainable and enriching for both you and others. This balanced approach leads to more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Imagine you're always available to listen to a friend's problems, even at the expense of your own needs. Over time, you may feel drained and unappreciated. Setting healthy boundaries might look like saying, "I care about you and want to support you, but I need to make sure I have time for my own self-care too." This not only protects your well-being, but also encourages your friend to seek diverse support systems and become more self-reliant. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should enhance rather than diminish your life. By maintaining boundaries, you can offer support without feeling overwhelmed, leading to stronger, more balanced relationships. This approach ensures that your kindness is rooted in mutual respect and genuine care. 4. Give without expecting reciprocity. Generosity should be an act of character, not a transaction. Expecting returns on your kindness can lead to disappointment. Stoicism advises giving freely, focusing on the joy of the act itself rather than anticipating a reward. For example, if you help a neighbor with their garden, do it because you enjoy gardening and helping others, not because you expect them to help you in the future. When you give without expecting anything in return, your actions are more sincere and fulfilling. If your neighbor does not reciprocate, you won't feel resentful because your kindness wasn't contingent on their response. Instead, you can take satisfaction in the act itself. Stoicism encourages us to find joy in our virtues. By giving freely, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment, knowing that your kindness stems from a genuine place. This mindset reduces the potential for disappointment and fosters a more generous, open-hearted approach to life. 5. Balance kindness with self-care. Excessive kindness can deplete your resources, leading to burnout and a sense of being unappreciated. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries to ensure your generosity does not harm your well-being. Imagine always putting others' needs before your own, eventually leading to exhaustion and frustration. To balance kindness with self-care, it's crucial to prioritize your well-being. You might allocate specific times for helping others, ensuring you also have time for rest and personal activities. For instance, volunteering a few hours a week rather than every day can prevent burnout and maintain your enthusiasm for helping. Stoicism emphasizes the need to preserve your inner resources. By taking care of yourself first, you can sustain your ability to be kind and helpful without compromising your health. This balanced approach ensures that your kindness remains a positive force in your life and the lives of others. 6. Avoid being perceived as fragile. Overextending yourself for others can lead to being seen as weak and exploited. Learning to say no and valuing your own time and energy fosters respect and preserves your mental health. Imagine always agreeing to take on extra work for your team, leading to exhaustion and reduced performance. Saying no can be empowering. You might explain, "I am currently at capacity with my projects and can't take on additional tasks." This demonstrates self-respect and sets clear boundaries, ensuring your contributions are recognized without compromising your well-being. Stoicism advocates for self-respect and discernment in relationships. By setting limits, you prevent others from taking advantage of your kindness and build a reputation for being reliable yet assertive. This approach helps maintain a balanced, respectful dynamic in your interactions. 7. Emotional resilience through Stoicism. Practicing Stoic principles helps build emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a balanced and calm mindset. This resilience is key to maintaining your well-being while being kind to others. Imagine facing a series of personal challenges while still trying to support your friends and family. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. By practicing mindfulness and self-reflection, you can remain grounded and resilient even in difficult times. For example, if a loved one is going through a tough period, you can offer support without letting their struggles overwhelm you. Building emotional resilience through Stoicism helps you maintain a stable and supportive presence for others. This inner strength allows you to be kind and compassionate without sacrificing your own mental health. It's a powerful tool for sustaining your well-being and positive influence in the lives of those around you. 8 in 8. Kindness as a reflection of character. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should be a reflection of your character and not dependent on external validation. This internal motivation ensures that your acts of generosity are fulfilling and self-sustaining. Consider volunteering at a local charity because it aligns with your values, not because you seek praise or recognition. When kindness is rooted in your character, it becomes a natural part of who you are. You find joy in the act itself, and your generosity is more consistent and genuine. If others appreciate your efforts, it's a bonus, but not your primary motivation. Stoicism encourages us to develop virtues that are intrinsic to our character. By practicing kindness as a reflection of who you are, you create a fulfilling and sustainable way of living. This approach ensures that your generosity is both meaningful and enduring, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. 9. Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own needs first is crucial. Stoicism teaches that you can't genuinely help others if you are depleted. Prioritizing self-care allows you to be a more effective and compassionate helper. Imagine always putting others first, eventually feeling overwhelmed and unable to support anyone effectively. Self-care might involve setting aside time each day for activities that rejuvenate you, such as exercise, meditation, or hobbies. For example, dedicating an hour each morning to a calming routine can significantly enhance your overall well-being and energy levels. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining your own health and stability. By prioritizing self-care, you ensure that you have the capacity to be there for others in a meaningful way. This balanced approach helps you remain compassionate and supportive without compromising your own needs and happiness. In summary, balancing kindness with self-care is a delicate art, but with the wisdom of Stoicism, it's entirely achievable. By setting healthy boundaries, giving without expecting anything in return, and recognizing when to step back, we protect our well-being while maintaining our generosity. Stoicism teaches us that true kindness stems from inner strength and character, ensuring our acts of generosity are genuine and sustainable. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish, it's essential. When you prioritize your own well-being, you're better equipped to help others with a full heart and a clear mind. Embrace the Stoic principles of emotional resilience and self-respect, and let them guide you in creating balanced, fulfilling relationships. As you move forward, let kindness be a reflection of your character, grounded in inner peace and self-care. By doing so, you'll find that your generosity not only enriches the lives of others, but also enhances your own, creating a harmonious balance that benefits everyone. Thank you for joining us on this journey to wiser, more balanced kindness.
What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips, they're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was, I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time, I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So, I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time, I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen, friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things, and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming, but each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty, mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change. Whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new, I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually I began feeling the effects. Low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully, my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future, and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made, and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, the mindsets, and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me. My goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom, social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything. Favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence, and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan, and there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people, because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational, and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project, or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first, it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time, I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time, I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up: the timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path, right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear, and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, Treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries. I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction, and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
A thought-provoking quote reads, "What surprises me most about humankind is that we get bored of our childhood, rush to grow up, and long to be children again. That we lose our health to make money, and then lose money to restore our health. That by thinking anxiously about the future, we forget the present, such that we live in neither the present nor the future. That we live as if we were never going to die, and die as though we've never lived." This quote encapsulates the contradictions and paradoxes inherent in the human experience. While there is no definitive evidence who originated this quote, its message resonates deeply with many because it underscores common struggles and inconsistencies in our lives. The quote addresses several key themes: nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, avoiding the reality of mortality, and not fully embracing life. The quote illustrates how we often find ourselves torn between the desire for growth and the longing for the simplicity of childhood. It also highlights our tendency to prioritize financial success over well-being, only to later regret this choice. Additionally, it emphasizes how worrying about the future can prevent us from engaging with the present, and how ignoring our mortality affects how we live. By reflecting on these themes, the quote invites us to examine our lives and choices, encouraging us to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It serves as a reminder to maintain a balanced perspective on life's priorities, stay present and embrace our finite existence. Ultimately, it encourages us to live more intentionally, aiming for a sense of fulfillment and purpose. In the following sections, we will explore each theme in greater detail, uncovering insights and lessons about the human condition. This deeper examination aims to help us understand ourselves and our world better, and to find ways to live more authentically and meaningfully. 2. Nostalgia for childhood. A striking paradox in the quote is our tendency to rush through childhood, eager to grow up, only to later long for the simplicity and joy of youth. This sentiment is widely relatable, as many adults look back on their childhood with nostalgia, yearning to recapture its carefree spirit. In modern societies, the rush to adulthood is common, driven by values placed on independence, responsibility, and achievement. Children and adolescents often feel pressured to grow up quickly, taking on adult roles and responsibilities and leaving behind the perceived limitations of childhood. Adulthood is seen as a time of greater freedom and opportunity, enticing the young to embrace its challenges and rewards. However, adulthood often reveals itself to be more complex and demanding than anticipated. Many adults feel burdened by work, family, and financial responsibilities, experiencing a sense of loss or disconnection from childhood's simple joys. This longing for the freedom, creativity, and wonder of youth reflects a deep nostalgia for a time when life seemed less complicated and more full of possibilities. This paradox emphasizes the importance of cherishing childhood qualities throughout our lives. While personal growth and development are necessary, we should not lose touch with the playfulness, curiosity, and openness of childhood. By maintaining these qualities, we can infuse our adult lives with joy, creativity, and resilience, balancing responsibilities with simple pleasures and wonders. Nostalgia for childhood, as expressed in the quote, reminds us to nurture a childlike spirit. It encourages us to embrace the present, find joy in simple things, and approach life with curiosity and wonder. By doing so, we create a balanced and fulfilling existence, honoring adulthood's wisdom while cherishing childhood's magic and possibility. 3. Prioritizing wealth over health. Another significant theme in the quote is the tendency for individuals to prioritize wealth and financial success over their physical and mental well-being. The passage suggests that we often lose our health to make money, only to later find ourselves forced to lose money to restore our health. This observation highlights a pervasive and troubling trend in modern society, where the pursuit of material wealth and professional achievement often comes at the expense of personal health and happiness. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, many people feel intense pressure to succeed financially and climb the professional ladder. This pressure can lead individuals to work long hours, take on high levels of stress, and neglect their physical and emotional needs. They may sacrifice sleep, exercise, healthy eating habits, and time with loved ones to devote themselves more fully to their work and financial goals. However, this single-minded focus on wealth and success can ultimately backfire, leading to various health problems that undermine personal well-being and professional effectiveness. Chronic stress, exhaustion, and burnout can severely affect the body and mind, resulting in anxiety, depression, heart disease, and chronic pain. Some individuals may find themselves spending their hard-earned money on medical treatments and interventions to restore the health and vitality they sacrificed in the pursuit of wealth. This ironic cycle underscores the importance of maintaining a balanced and holistic approach to life, prioritizing health and well-being alongside professional and financial success. While striving for achievement and security is natural and important, we must be careful not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of taking care of ourselves and nurturing our physical, emotional, and mental health. Making self-care a priority and seeking a healthy balance between work and rest can reduce our risk of burnout and illness. This balance cultivates the resilience and vitality needed to thrive both personally and professionally. It may involve setting boundaries around work hours, making time for exercise and relaxation, seeking support from friends and family, and learning to manage stress healthily and productively. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true wealth and success are about more than just financial gain or professional achievement. They are about creating a life of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment, one that allows us to thrive both internally and externally. By prioritizing our health and well-being, we can build the foundation for a rich and rewarding existence, enabling us to enjoy the fruits of our labor and live life to the fullest. 4. Failing to live in the present. The quote also addresses the human tendency to become preoccupied with anxious thoughts about the future, causing us to forget the present and live neither in the present nor the future. This highlights a common struggle faced by many in today's fast-paced, uncertain world, where the pressure to plan, prepare, and anticipate future challenges often overshadows the importance of living fully in the present moment. In our efforts to secure a better future for ourselves and our loved ones, we may find ourselves constantly thinking ahead, worrying about potential problems or obstacles, and trying to control or predict outcomes that are ultimately beyond our control. This future-oriented mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from the present moment as we become more focused on what might happen than on what is actually happening around us. The problem with this approach is that it can prevent us from fully engaging with and appreciating the richness and beauty of the present moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future, we may miss out on opportunities for joy, connection, and growth that are available to us right now. We may fail to notice the small pleasures and wonders of daily life, or to give our full attention and presence to the people and experiences that matter most to us. Moreover, living in a state of anxious anticipation can undermine our ability to create a fulfilling future for ourselves. By failing to engage with the present moment, we may miss out on valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and development that could help us build the skills, relationships, and resources needed to thrive in the future. We may also become so paralyzed by fear and uncertainty that we fail to take the necessary risks and actions to pursue our goals and dreams. The solution to this challenge is to cultivate a greater sense of mindfulness and presence in our daily lives. This means learning to notice and appreciate the richness and complexity of the present moment without judgment or distraction. It means developing the ability to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, and to respond to challenges and opportunities with clarity, creativity, and compassion. By practicing mindfulness and presence, we can reduce our stress and anxiety and develop a greater sense of resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. We can also cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections with others as we learn to listen, communicate, and relate with greater empathy and understanding. Ultimately, The quote reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come from living fully and authentically in the present moment, while also working towards a meaningful and purposeful future. By finding a healthy balance between planning and preparation and staying grounded in the here and now, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. 5. Failing to confront mortality. One of the most profound and unsettling observations in the quote is the idea that we often live as if we were never going to die, only to find ourselves dying as though we've never lived. This stark contrast highlights a fundamental paradox of the human experience, rooted in our deep-seated fear and avoidance of death, and our reluctance to confront the finite nature of our existence. In many ways, the human tendency to avoid thinking about death is understandable and even adaptive. The awareness of our mortality can be a source of great anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread, potentially paralyzing us from living fully and freely in the present moment. By pushing thoughts of death out of our conscious awareness, we may feel more able to focus on daily tasks and challenges, maintaining a sense of normalcy and stability in the face of an unknowable future. However, as the quote suggests, avoiding death can profoundly and negatively affect how we live our lives. When we fail to confront our mortality, we may become complacent, detached, or even reckless in our attitudes and behaviors. We may take our lives and relationships for granted, assuming we will always have more time to pursue our goals, express our feelings, or make amends for our mistakes. We may also become more focused on superficial or materialistic pursuits rather than cultivating deeper sources of meaning, purpose, and connection. Moreover, when we live in denial of our mortality, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared for the inevitable challenges and losses that come with aging, illness, and death. We may struggle to find comfort, support, or meaning in the face of these profound existential crises and feel a deep sense of regret or despair over the choices and priorities that defined our lives. The solution to this challenge is not to become morbidly preoccupied with death, but rather to cultivate a healthy and realistic attitude towards our mortality. This means acknowledging the finite nature of our existence and using this awareness as motivation and inspiration to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the present moment. It means cherishing our relationships, pursuing our passions, and making a positive difference in the world, understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. By confronting our mortality, we can also develop greater empathy, compassion, and understanding for the struggles and suffering of others. We can recognize the universal nature of death and loss, and offer support, comfort, and connection to those grieving or facing the end of life. We can also advocate for greater social and cultural awareness of death and dying, and more compassionate and holistic approaches to end-of-life care. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life is not to avoid or deny death, but to embrace it as a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. By living with the awareness of our mortality, we can cultivate greater presence, purpose, and compassion in our lives, and create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth. 6. Not truly living. The final theme addressed in the quote is the idea that by failing to confront death and embrace life fully, we may reach the end of our lives only to realize that we have never truly lived. This observation serves as a powerful and poignant reminder of the importance of living authentically, purposefully, and with intention, rather than simply going through the motions or pursuing superficial goals and distractions. When we fail to confront our mortality and grapple with the deeper questions and challenges of existence, we may live a life disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. We might settle for comfort, convenience, or conformity instead of taking risks, pursuing our dreams, or standing up for our beliefs. This often leads to a focus on external markers of success, such as wealth, status, or approval, rather than cultivating inner sources of meaning, fulfillment, and joy. Moreover, when we fail to embrace life fully and engage with the world around us, we may miss out on countless opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. We might not develop our talents and skills, form deep and meaningful relationships, or make a positive difference in others' lives. Consequently, we may become more isolated, anxious, or depressed, struggling to find purpose or belonging in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. This disconnection often results in regret, emptiness, or despair, especially as we approach the end of our lives. We might look back on our choices and priorities with sadness, frustration, or anger, knowing we squandered precious time and energy on pursuits that brought little joy or fulfillment. We may also feel a deep longing for the life we could have lived had we been more courageous, authentic, and intentional in our choices and actions. The solution to this challenge is to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. This means taking risks, pursuing our passions, and living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. It involves cultivating meaningful relationships, contributing to our communities, and making a positive difference in the world around us. It also means learning to accept and even embrace life's impermanence and unpredictability, recognizing that each moment is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth and transformation. By living fully and authentically, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. We can develop a sense of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment that sustains us through even the darkest and most challenging times, and allows us to face the end of life with peace, gratitude, and acceptance. Additionally, we can inspire and empower others to live more fully and authentically, creating a ripple effect of positive change and transformation in the world around us. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a well-lived life is not to avoid death or cling to superficial success markers, but rather to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. By doing so, we can create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth and inspires others to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in turn. 7. Conclusion. The profound quote offers a compelling and thought-provoking reflection on the paradoxes and challenges of the human experience. Through its exploration of themes such as nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, failing to confront mortality, and not truly living, the quote invites us to examine our own lives and choices, and to consider how we might live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many uncertainties and challenges. Throughout this essay, we've explored each of these themes in depth, highlighting the ways in which they reflect common struggles and experiences faced by many individuals in today's fast-paced, complex world. We have seen how the pressures of adulthood can lead us to feel disconnected from the simple joys and wonders of childhood, how the pursuit of wealth and success can often come at the expense of our physical and mental well-being, and how our preoccupation with the future can prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment. We have also examined the profound and often paralyzing impact of our fear and avoidance of death, and how this can lead us to live in ways that are disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. Furthermore, we have seen how the failure to embrace life fully and authentically can leave us with a sense of regret, emptiness and despair, particularly as we approach the end of our lives. In light of these challenges, the quote offers us a powerful reminder of the importance of living with greater mindfulness, intentionality, and purpose. It encourages us to cultivate a balanced and holistic approach to life, one that prioritizes our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being alongside our professional and financial goals. It reminds us to stay present and engaged with the world around us, to embrace the richness and complexity of each moment, and to approach life with a sense of curiosity, openness, and wonder. The quote also challenges us to confront our own mortality with honesty, courage, and compassion, and to use this awareness as a source of motivation and inspiration to live more fully and authentically in the present moment. It encourages us to cultivate meaningful relationships, pursue our passions, and make a positive difference in the world, with the understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. Ultimately, the quote serves as a powerful call to action, urging us to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from avoiding death or pursuing superficial markers of success, but rather from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from creating a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our own brief time on this earth. By reflecting on the profound insights and lessons contained within this quote, we can gain a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and find the courage and clarity to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many challenges and uncertainties. In doing so, we can create lives that are rich, rewarding, and truly worth living, and can inspire others to do the same.
Here are 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build meaningful, fulfilling relationships while staying true to themselves. Many men unknowingly sabotage their relationships by making mistakes that erode trust, respect, and connection. Some of these actions might seem harmless or even helpful at first, but they carry long-term consequences that can be difficult to repair. These missteps don't just affect the relationship, they impact your self-respect, your confidence, and your ability to grow as an individual. What if I told you that avoiding these pitfalls could completely transform your relationships, making them healthier, stronger, and more authentic? It's not about manipulation or tactics. It's about embodying Stoic wisdom and living with purpose, dignity, and integrity. These principles aren't just for relationships, they're a blueprint for a better life. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to avoid these common mistakes while becoming the kind of man who commands respect, inspires trust, and builds deeper, more lasting connections. Whether you're in a relationship, dating, or simply reflecting on your approach to life, these 10 lessons will guide you toward a path of strength and clarity. 1. Never compromise your values for approval. I've seen it time and time again, men contorting themselves into shapes they don't even recognize to win approval. It's tragic, really, because the moment you compromise your values to please someone else, you sacrifice the very thing that makes you dependable, admirable, and, ultimately, worthy of respect. And I've been there. I've done it. I know how it feels. Let me tell you a story. There was a time in my life when I tried to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. I muted my opinions, ignored my instincts, and told myself I was being understanding. But deep down I knew the truth. I wasn't standing up for what I believed in. And the worst part, I started resenting myself for it. that resentment grows. It poisons your soul bit by bit, because every time you betray your values, you erode the foundation of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic thinker, reminds us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. That means you hold your standards high, not because it's easy or convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. And let's be clear. Standing by your values doesn't mean being rigid or unkind. It means having the courage to say, this is who I am, and I will not compromise my principles, no matter the cost. When you live this way, you gain something far more valuable than fleeting approval. You gain self-respect. You become someone who can be relied upon, someone who knows the weight of their word. And here's the thing. When you stand firm, you'll find that the right people gravitate toward you. They'll respect you, not in spite of your values, but because of them. That's how meaningful relationships are built, not on lies, but on truth. 2. Don't base your happiness on her actions. I've learned that when you base your happiness on someone else's actions, you hand over control of your emotional state. It's like tying your self-worth to the rise and fall of the stock market. Unstable, unpredictable, and deeply unwise. There was a time in my life when I waited anxiously for texts, sought constant reassurance, and measured my worth by how someone treated me. It was exhausting, and worse, it left me powerless. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught that our happiness depends on our perceptions and choices, not on external circumstances. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is liberating if you let it be. It means that no one, not even someone you love, should dictate your emotional state. You're the one in charge of how you interpret and respond to life. When I finally realized this, everything changed. I started focusing on what I could control, my thoughts, my actions, and my sense of purpose. If she was upset, I didn't let it derail my day. I offered support without absorbing the chaos. If she didn't respond the way I hoped, I reminded myself that my value wasn't diminished by her silence. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care wisely. You stop clinging to the idea that your happiness hinges on anyone else. And here's the paradox. When you no longer rely on someone to make you happy, you become more attractive, more centered, and more capable of giving love freely. Why? Because you're not grasping for it. You've built your foundation on something far sturdier, your own inner stability. 3. Avoid begging for attention or love. There's a quiet desperation in begging for love or attention. I've been there, and it's a humiliating place to be. You tell yourself that if you just try harder, say the right thing, or give more, they'll finally see your worth. But here's the truth. Love that needs to be begged for isn't love at all. It's a transaction, and a one-sided one at that. The Stoics would urge us to approach relationships with dignity and self-respect. Seneca once wrote, "A good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness." Begging, on the other hand, is the opposite of good character. It's a sign that you've abandoned your own sense of worth in the hope that someone else will validate you. When I stopped chasing validation, I found something surprising. The people worth having in my life were drawn to me naturally. They didn't need convincing or pleading. And the others? They faded away, leaving room for healthier connections. It was a painful but necessary lesson. Begging devalues you in their eyes and in your own. Love that's given freely without coercion or desperation is the only kind that lasts. By standing firm, you show the world and yourself that you're worthy of respect and that you'll settle for nothing less. 4. Don't lose yourself in the relationship. It's easy to lose yourself in a relationship, especially when love is new and intoxicating. You start neglecting your hobbies, your friends, and even your goals, thinking you're being a good partner. But I've learned that sacrificing too much of yourself doesn't lead to closeness. It leads to resentment, both from you and the other person. A Stoic man knows that self-mastery is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you're constantly focused on someone else's needs at the expense of your own, you lose your sense of individuality and purpose. And without that, what do you truly have to offer? I once put all my energy into making a relationship work, believing that if I just gave enough, everything would be perfect. But in doing so, I stopped pursuing my own interests. Over time, I realized I wasn't just losing myself, I was becoming less attractive to my partner. When I finally started reclaiming my time, passions, and goals, the dynamic shifted. I was no longer dependent on the relationship for my sense of identity, and that made all the difference. The strongest relationships are built on mutual respect and individuality. Keep your foundation intact, or you'll have nothing solid to stand on when the storms come. 5. Avoid overreacting or acting out of jealousy. Jealousy is a powerful emotion, and if left unchecked, it can destroy even the strongest relationships. I've felt its sting, the burning need to control, to know, to question. But here's the thing. Jealousy isn't about the other person. It's about your own insecurity and fear. Epictetus taught, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." What he meant is that you need to accept what you cannot control and focus on mastering your own reactions. Jealousy often arises from imagining scenarios that may not even be real. It's irrational and counterproductive. When I learned to pause and reflect before reacting, everything changed. I started asking myself, what's really driving this feeling? Most of the time, it wasn't the other person. It was my own unresolved fears. By addressing those fears within myself, I became less reactive and more grounded. Jealousy isn't a sign of love, it's a sign of insecurity. A Stoic man works on building his own confidence and self-respect, rather than trying to control someone else's behavior. That's where true strength lies. 6. Don't expect her to complete you. I used to believe in the idea of finding my other half. It's a romantic notion, isn't it? The idea that someone out there will fill all the gaps in your life and make you whole. But the truth is, expecting another person to complete you places an unfair burden on them and sets you up for disappointment. I've learned, painfully at times, that completeness isn't something you find in another. It's something you cultivate within yourself. The Stoics teach us to be self-sufficient. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Relying on someone else to complete you is the opposite of freedom. It binds you to their actions, moods, and flaws." I remember being in a relationship where I pinned all my hopes on the other person. When they were happy, I felt great. When they were upset, my world crumbled. I wasn't living my own life. I was living in reaction to theirs. That kind of dependency isn't love. It's a form of self-neglect. Completeness comes from building a life you're proud of, one filled with purpose, growth, and self-respect. When you do that, you enter relationships not as someone seeking to be fixed, but as someone ready to share your strength. And that's the foundation for a partnership that truly thrives. 7. Avoid gossiping or speaking ill of her. There's a destructive power in gossip, and I've seen it firsthand. When you vent about your partner to others, it might feel cathartic in the moment, but it plants seeds of mistrust and resentment, both in you and in the person you're confiding in. Seneca said, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." This wisdom applies doubly in relationships. Speaking ill of someone you care about not only damages their reputation, but also undermines your own integrity. I once confided in a friend about a disagreement with my partner. My words were harsh, exaggerated, and frankly unfair. It felt good to vent, but later I realized I had tainted my friend's view of her. And for what? A fleeting sense of relief. It wasn't worth it. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to address issues directly with the person involved. It's not always easy, but it's the only way to maintain respect and honesty in a relationship. Gossiping might feel like a release, but it's a trap. The Stoic path is to speak with intention and kindness, or not at all. 8. Don't ignore red flags. I've ignored red flags before, convincing myself that things would get better or that I could fix them. It's a mistake I won't make again. The Stoics teach us to see things as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Ignoring red flags is self-deception. It's choosing comfort over truth. I've stayed in relationships longer than I should have, hoping things would magically improve. But every time, those early warning signs proved to be the cracks that eventually broke the foundation. Now, I pay attention to what my instincts are telling me. If something feels off, I address it directly. Stoic wisdom reminds us that facing uncomfortable truths is far better than living in a comforting lie. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect, honesty, and alignment, not on wishful thinking. 9. Don't try to control her. Control is an illusion. I learned this the hard way. In my younger years, I thought that if I could just manage the details, her choices, her time, her interactions, I could create the perfect relationship. But all I did was create tension and drive a wedge between us. Epictetus reminds us, some things are up to us and some things are not. A person's thoughts, feelings, and actions are theirs alone. Trying to control them is a violation of their autonomy and an act of fear, not love. When I let go of this need for control, I discovered something unexpected: freedom, not just for her, but for me. By focusing on what I could control, my own thoughts and actions, I became a better partner. I wasn't fixated on micromanaging her life. I was building my own. A relationship thrives on trust and mutual respect. Trying to control someone isn't love, it's insecurity in disguise. The Stoic path is to focus on yourself and trust the process. 10. Avoid complaining about your circumstances. I used to complain about everything: how unfair life was, how misunderstood I felt, how difficult relationships could be. But the Stoics have no patience for complaining. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Complaining changes nothing. It only amplifies your frustration and weakens your resolve. I realized that every minute spent complaining was a minute I could have used to take action or change my perspective. When I stopped whining and started reflecting, I found solutions where I once saw only problems. Now, instead of complaining, I ask myself, what can I do about this? If the answer is nothing, I let it go. If the answer is something, I act. This shift has transformed my relationships and my life. Complaining is easy, but growth requires effort. The Stoic way is to channel your energy into what you can change and accept what you cannot. And there you have it. 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build authentic, meaningful relationships while staying true to themselves. Each of these principles, rooted in Stoic wisdom, is not just about improving your relationships, but also about growing into a stronger, more grounded version of yourself. Remember, relationships thrive when built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and unwavering integrity. By avoiding these common mistakes, you're not only setting a higher standard for yourself, but also for the relationships you choose to nurture. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights like this. Your support helps us reach more people who, just like you, are striving for growth and wisdom in their lives. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned in your own relationships that you'd like to share? Drop your comments below, and let's keep the conversation going. Your takeaways might inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise.